Okay, testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. This is your friend Ralph Hayes Jr. Reality Check Live on Spleen Squeezins. Trying to get everything started, trying to get everything rolling, everything rocking, everything. Testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. This is me, Mr. Excitement. I need, I don't know. I wonder if I can. I don't know. I need something like background music that you play on an arcade game or a video game or something that just can run continually in the background. Like, I don't know. Popcorn, Can't play anything. About it, the angrier I get. Our culture has millions of songs. Millions and millions of songs. Nobody and nobody's permitted to use them. They blast these, they have blasted these songs and these musical numbers and all these different little ditties at us for 100 years. And they've been blasting us over the airwaves on and on for what, 50 years? How long have we had the radio? 100 years at least? And they have blasted us without stop with this music, and we can't get away from it. But God help us if they catch us singing those songs. They have literally become the background of our world, and we cannot escape from them. But if we try to use them for ourselves, no. Mine. I think it's I think it is the absolute nadir of human greed and stinginess and miserliness that there is a company out there that has laid copyright claim to the Happy Birthday song. I mean, how greedy and selfish and just mean. How mean and miserly do you have to be to lay claim to the Happy Birthday song? I wonder if the Twinkle Star song is copyrighted or patent trademarked or whatever. I need to know, is anybody out there? Can you hear me? Can you see me? Can you say anything? All right. Well, there's not the... Dang it. There we go. Hi-ho! It's a Gorf. Hello. Okay, in the interests of not dying of starvation or having my electricity cut off or anything, in the interests of actually pretending this is a business or at least a source of income for me, I'm going to start. I'm setting a goal. I want to work on at least, I've slowed down terribly on these pages. It's taking me almost 3 or 4 days each. That's a little too much. So, but I'm going to start working on at least one short strip a day alongside the comics. I want to, got to juice things up. Got to set goals. Got to establish a plan. Got to be the man with the plan. I think I'll work on a nip and tuck to warm things up. The thing of it is that I'm struggling with what my humor should focus on. I get a lot into the current event issues and crap like that. It's kind of old. I mean, I am tired of hearing about Bruce Jenner. Hearing about Bruce Jenner, and his name is Bruce. His mama named him Bruce. He was born a Bruce. He's gonna die a Bruce. He's going not a woman. He's a mutilated man. Okay. End of discussion. Chopping your weenie off and sticking a couple of saline under the skin under your chest does not make you a woman. It makes you a mutilated man. I've seen this one guy who claims to be a tiger. Okay, he claims to be a tiger spirit in a human body, and he has been getting. I met him in person. He has been getting cosmetic and plastic surgery, tattoos of stripes. He's gotten piercing in his upper lips, so that he can run fake whiskers through his upper lip. He's had his upper lip cleft, and he's had his skull reshaped, with the inserts and stuff, to make him look more like a cat. And well, he's found an easy way, 15 minutes of fame, but he is never, ever, ever going to be a cat, no matter how much he does this to himself. And no matter how much money he spends. He's going to be a badly mutilated man with serious identity issues. Okay, like I said, but I want to start drawing nip and tuck again, but I am sort of stuck. Oh, there they are. Those are the nice. Well, zippity freaking doodah. Okay. New file. New canvas. Custom newspaper comic. I don't know. I don't know if this is right. I don't know if these proportions are right. Let me look up the settings. In the jungle, the mighty... In the gurney, Jenner sleeps tonight. In the lab, the shiny lab, his doctor picks a knife. Weenie whack, a weenie whack, a weenie whack, a weenie whack. Okay. That begged to be done. I'm sorry, that was just terrible. It was. Uh, okay, that was wrong. Funny, darn it! I want to just. Okay. I want to do another. Well, first, let's see. Let's see. I've got to get the portions right. Manga Studio 5 newspaper comic. Five comic strip template. Manga Studio 5 comic strip template. Oh, you got it. You want me to pay you for the settings? Okay, 17 by 5. 17 by 5.5. And 13 by 7.75. That makes no sense. Trim area 13 by 7.25. That can't be right. That's got to be a typo. Or maybe I'd better go looking. 11 by 17 comic templates. That can't be right. Well, that's no good. I'm trying to set this right. It doesn't make any sense. 13 by 7.75. Cancel. This is killing me. Okay, I'll be right back. I gotta take care of something. I'll be right back. I had to go running tinkle. I got it. I took a load off. Okay, let's see here. I don't know. Let's see here. You know, when I on paper, it was thing is freaking complicated. It has the arcane little settings. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Okay, let's see. Panel tool range 14.5. 15. My pages were 10 by paper color. 13 by 13 by 4. 13 by 4. 13 4. By 5. Half-inch border gives you a half-inch border. Okay. Oh. Okay, that'll do. Ta-da! What the heck? I don't know if I'm what. All right. It'll make it interesting drawing a skinny strip like this. Okay, and we switch to blue lines. You know the reason that I use blue lines? I don't know if I've told you this before. Back when I started out doing these things, they were, still using the whole Xerox copier thing. And there is a color pen you can get. It's called on-photo blue. It's a it's a light blue cyan sort of color. And Xerox copiers, typical copier, photocopier and scanner will not scan that color. Or at least not very clearly unless it's really, 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 really dark. So cartoonists and artists would use these light blue pencils to sketch in their drawing. Then they would ink over top of it. And then they would scan it or copy it. And they'd get a clean copy with no blue lines. They had the settings right. Then they started making copiers and printers that could adjust to pick up that color. So it sort of went downhill from there. But there you have it. All right. The interesting thing is, like, I do not know what to put in this comic. I'm sitting here I've been sitting here all day trying to think of a webcomic gag or a cartoon gag for Nip and Tuck. But my tendency is to pick up jokes from pop culture. And quite frankly, most of the things in pop culture I'm just sick of hearing about. We've been hearing nothing but the courage of Caitlyn Jenner, a.k.a. Bruce Jenner, who had his weenie whacked off. Look, if you think that a millionaire with identity issues getting his wiener turned inside out and plastic boobs stuck on his chest is heroic, a brave hero, and you think that a American sniper who served 4 tours of duty in Iraq is a coward, you just might be a liberal douchebag. Yeah, I said it. Say it twice. Of course, liberal and douchebag tends to be redundant. What's it? I don't want to make Nip and Tuck's comeback to be this, talking about some weirdo with his weenie worked inside it. Yeah, that's how. They give you a quote-unquote vagina by putting your dick in out and stuffing it up inside you. So that way all the nerve endings and the pleasure centers are all there, so you can have your fun. But it's not. Cognitive dissonance, the cognitive dissonance of the deviant movement has gone beyond the pale. It's beyond parody. I could make up the most on the planet, and there is somebody out there living it. Think about it. We live in a society where they insist that gender and sex have nothing to do with each other, and that gender, both gender and sex, entirely separately, are artificial social constructs. So you can have, and instead of either or, there's a whole rainbow of choices for each one. So you could be a bisexual lesbian woman trapped in a man's body, and there is a faction in our society that says you have to be taken seriously. You can be a heterosexual. You can claim to be a heterosexual male sexually, and yet your gender, your gender present is hermaphrodite. Oh, you can be a bisexual female sex and Martian vegisexual. Anything goes. House pets. Produce from your grocery. Bowling balls. Any. The ultimate joke said about this issue. The ultimate joke has already been said. Here, let me pull it up here. Somebody lifted an image. They made a meme, an image of Oh, get it. Here it is. Over the camera here. Squidward sitting area. This is from an episode where it says, "No, Tumblr, mayonnaise is not a gender." That's the ultimate joke that can be made about this batshit insanity. It's already been done. That mountain has been climbed. Can you see it now? No, Tumblr, mayonnaise is not a gender. And you want to know what's really mind-blowing? There is another clip of that on a Tumblr, one of the little Tumblr arguments, where some social justice warrior nowhere and started ranting and raving about how this was disrespectful of people with alternative, sexualities and lifestyles and genders and blah 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 blah, argle bargle argle bargle, and the rest, this level stuff, because the rest of the discussion, the people in the discussion were just left aghast, and finally somebody commented down at the bottom and said, "It's official. Somebody on Tumblr just argued that mayonnaise is a gender." We can't make jokes because reality outstrips us! Do you ever think that God looks at what his creation has become and just sits there face-palming, going, what? What? I mean, I know, God's saying, I know I'm omnipotent and omniscient and everything, and I know all things past and future, but even I'm going, what? What the heck? Just, oh my Lord. They literally had someone get mad because they said man gender. Oh Lord, so here I am. I'm trying to come up with a joke for Nip and Tuck to make make a little comeback return to the website. I've decided that, as well as on the comic pages, I want to start putting some comic strips back up, so that we get a little keep some traffic going here. Pardon. Because, I'm kind of addicted to that whole running, eating thing. And next month is the last month. Next month, I get the last payment on that land sale, and so I've got to come up with $400 in monthly income to make up the gap. So I really got to start getting a serious, I really got to pump up the jam. Got a and a half to get my Patreon patrons and start and get start. I got to start getting really, really serious. So there you have it. Oh, that don't work. Let's see here. Try this. Let's see. Trying to. Should have done this before. I didn't think and paint around before I painted in the bad habit. I have a bad habit of drawing in the foreground and then forgetting that I need a background. I've got to start getting in the habit of doing the background first. This is the thing about it. I am barely for the past. I've been barely scraping by. Every year, I've been, I have just barely gotten by the skin of my teeth, and I've not had enough to pay the IRS my taxes, and so I've had to extend my payment schedule another year. I pay them $100 every month. I digress. So, but I would really like to actually get paid off. I would also like to get some other things paid off eventually, and it's not going to happen if I'm just getting by the skin of my teeth, but not quite making it. I have avoided applying for Social Security up to this point. Despite the fact, disability, I could probably qualify for disability, after a grim fight to the death with the government, with a lawyer, maybe. But, because if I go on Social Security, the instant I earn a scratch more than the bare minimum amount, I will be up doo-doo creek. Okay, first things first. Let's see, dark blue, dark blue. Okay, this is proving to be an interesting challenge here. That's not what I want. Do. Let's try that again. Huh? Okay. Ah, there we go. Nice. I'll have to change the shadows a little. Let's see here. Where's that? Alright. Let's see. Let's see. All those little gaps and stuff, that's the pain. Very nice, very nice. Okay. Okay. And let's see. Okay, let's try that. Played a little bit more, well, a lot more actually, of WildStar. Very creative, very innovative, lots of fun. Has some of the same problems that you're always going to have with any Memorpager. Among other things, getting a party together, even to do a simple mission, is an epic pain in the butt. I had this one mission, there is no way you can do it by yourself. Absolutely no way you can do it by yourself. If I look around, I'm standing in the middle of a city that has players running through it back and forth all the time. And I tap 2 or 3 of them. Hey, you want to help me out with this? You want to do this mission? You know, and again and again and again. I finally, and some of them, you know, just AFK. Anyway, I finally, oops. Oh, I've got rain here. Just a second. Be right back. Where was I? Anyway, I finally find somebody who wants to run the mission with me. She says, great. And I go into the mission, and she doesn't come. And the mission starts without her. And I get killed. Again. And I'm like, where are you? And I look over, bugged out. She got. I was like, oh, crap. And I started looking again for something, and about 15 minutes, logs back on. And she says, oh, let's do this mission. And I'm like, okay. And we log back on. And she says, oh, wait. I've got to go run to the bank. The bank is halfway across the dang game. It's in another entire city. I'm like, okay, I'll wait. I sat there in the entrance to that mission for, I think, a half hour. Well, she did whatever on earth was so utterly important at the bank before she could do a single pop-up mission. I'm like, oh, crap. And then I had to log off because I had to go. By the time she finally came back, it was too late. And this is the same story you have every freaking game. Now, World of Warcraft, they have that, pickup group. I've never bothered with anything but pickup groups. I'm sorry, there's no way you can work. You got people playing from all over the planet. The fact that any of these guilds can get a bunch of people together at the same time, logged onto the same server to do a raid. These people ought to be hired by the military for tactical and strategic planning, Just hire these people to handle logistics. Because I don't think any sane person do as what these people are doing on a regular basis. What the heck? Anyway, they have a pickup group function in the game. I haven't tried it yet. It's there, and I will eventually get to it, but it's the only real way anybody except somebody who plays 8, 10, 12 hours a day. But let's see if I can do. can't seem. Let's see. Body shape. There is image material. Let's see. Scale, center. Adjust position, free position, tiling. There we go. Took me a second, but look at that. Doing that in PaintShop Pro, doing this, let me show you what I'm doing here, if you can see it. Oh, you can see it. Doing this in PaintShop Pro would have taken, half a dozen plugins and half an hour. Look at that. Instant angled wall. That is magnificent. I love it. It's beautiful. It's a thing of wonder. Look at that. Perfect. Isn't that fabulous? See if I can find it again. Ah, no, that's not it. That's not it. And that's not it either. I don't know why it keeps doing that. I don't know. Just one of those things. Actually, I had to sit there and got some actual thunder going on in this area. There we go. Oh, I probably shouldn't have had it set on toning. It's giving it a sort of tone, that dot matrix, that newspaper print look. I'll have to remember to leave that off. It doesn't look bad, I suppose, but okay. Layer. Let's see. Adjust colors. Let's see. Pencil, brush, airbrush, eraser, edit. Oh, here we go. Color balance. Let's see here. Good. Sort of give them all. Yeah, there we go. See? A little bit of adjusting, and we got a nice balanced color. Let's just... learn how to do some things. Let's see here. Let's see. Blend, copy stamp, erase, patterns, pen, pastel. Yeah, that's more like it. A bit challenging. Getting a headache. I just wanted to, I'm still stewing over what that comic strip should be. Where's the marquee? Hmm. Let's see. Trying to remember. Let's see, how do I... Okay, there we go. An easy way to... There we go. And now... Shoo, 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 shoo. Bugs. Ugh. Houseflies. Now, how did I do this? Okay, now working. Okay, undo. Undo. Okay, let's try that. Okay. Instant Tales of the Questor poster on the wall. There we go. Ta-da! I don't know. I like... now, the thing with the red circle, I like that. I like that you actually aim. And that dodging is more dramatic effect, you know? It actually matters. Their bullets don't curve in the air, in other words. I've not gotten to the end game yet. I've not gotten to level 50 yet. Yes, I went ahead and spent... Well, probably shouldn't have, but I went ahead and bought it. I went crazy. But anyway. And, I like I like the combat system. Because, your efforts... you can dodge, you can aim, you can coordinate efforts better with your fellow. I've played with other players in this game I'm only in the starting levels, but to coordinate your efforts with other people when you can see what they're doing. WildStar is still kicking. It's not kicked World of Warcraft out, because World of Warcraft, World of Warcraft is a World of Warcraft killer. World of Warcraft is the 900, it's the 500 in the room. One of the analogies about this sort of thing, the reason these big, huge corporations keep lasting forever, even though a good example is they had one of these chess masters, one of these genius chess players, and they did a demo where he played chess against like 50 people or 100 people, and he would beat them all, just whomp, 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 whomp. And easily. What I understand is that he's only playing against one at a time. Even though he's moving back and forth as he plays, he's most of the, he's a genius playing against hundreds of people. And he's already seen most of the strategies that these ordinary people playing chess. He already knows most of the gambits that start out with. So he, the majority of them is incredibly easy. It just looks impressive to beat a dozen people in 12 moves. When in reality, it's not all that impressive at all. It's like, he might as well be playing against somebody with no sense of memory. World of Warcraft, despite its drawbacks, despite how old it is, despite the fact that it lost 3 million players, it lost 3 million subscriptions in the last 3 months. But people are gained 3 million subscriptions this holidays. The is that Warlords Draenor Warlords Draenor out in order to get that tasty holiday season. And it wasn't ready. 3 million to them is nothing. Really, think about it. 3 million players end their subscriptions. Those 3 million players have already bought the game. They've already paid for all the expansions. So multiply 3 million by 50. How much is the game to get all the expansions with up to Warlords of Draenor? I believe it's like, well, let's just say that you get the rest of the game free. You've already got the rest of the game free, and you get $50. Spend $50 for the Warlords of Draenor. $20 or $30. Let's say the average is $50. Each player has spent about $50 on expansion. Average. $50 times 3 million people. They made $150 million over Christmas. They're not exactly hurting for money. Even with 3 million people. 3 million. A city. Got up and walked away from their game. And that was a small percentage of their subscription. 3 million is more than most of the mortgagers out there have total. There is no way that it is an incredibly revolutionary mortgager to beat Warcraft for its pinnacle position. It's like trying to outcompete Ronald McDonald. McDonald's food tastes like butt. Okay, it's terrible. It really is. I can't eat anymore because it makes me sick, literally. I'll eat it because it's there and because I don't have. It's too much trouble. It's right there in the middle of the Walmart, and I don't have time to go across the road to Dairy Queen, who has better burgers and ice cream, and then turn around and come back, go to Walmart. It's all one trip for me. So I get my heartburn burger and indigestion fries and go about my day. They are so large that they could lose money. They could lose business hand over fist until they could lose half of everything. They could close half their restaurants and still be a. World of Warcraft is in the same situation. There is nothing that is going to run World of Warcraft out. It's practically a fixture in the internet. So when they talk about when games come out and they fail because they don't take off like World of Warcraft did, you got to remember it's not the big eats the small. It's the slow versus the quick. Star has its own niche. It's sci-fi fantasy, heavy on the sci-fi, soft sci-fi. It's got the story, the background, the setting, everything. It's got pretty much a winning combination. It's a little bit of Star Wars, Firefly, and ripping good sense of humor. And it has an innovative combat system, which I like very much. You got people that are complaining about it, but one of the things I didn't like about World of Warcraft is that it didn't matter. It didn't matter, how I dodged or ran or leaped. It didn't. It was pointless. And they were just and it didn't matter. It didn't matter how once I had locked on a target, that was it. That bugger died. There's still a lot of things that are drawback. The idea behind one of these games is to draw you in. Okay. The objective is to draw you into the world, and there are there are a lot of things the way a Morpurger is done that do not work that way. There are things that lift you right out of the game, like the fact that you could in an open world. The enemy mobs, you can see them standing there, line of sight. But they don't work by line of sight. They work by how close you are to them. The aggro zone, and it shows. It removes some of the realism. I think a big change would be if they changed the aggro. They wouldn't have to do much. They would just have to stop making the aggro zone around each NPC a circle. They just make it an oval out, that stretches out in front of the character, so that when you're not in its line of sight, you stand a chance of avoiding it. And of course you have the problem where it doesn't matter what level, the way NPCs respond to you is based on your level, and it's either if you're low level, they attack you, if you're high level, they try and ignore you. And that really annoyed me about City of Heroes. I played City of Heroes way back when, and it drove me up a wall. My character lived in, was a superhero in a city full of superheroes. So it wasn't like these street punks didn't know what I was. And here's my character running down the street, and these punks sitting on a bench see me running past, and they think, and all I can figure is that their thought process is supposed to be, hey, here goes another one of those people who can, who has phenomenal powers and can punch through brick walls and shoot laser beams out of their eyes. Give me your baseball bat. I'm going to go hit him. It was stupid. And what was pathetic is the way that the game was really terrible. You were supposed to be a superhero, and you started out level. Purse snatchers could beat you into the ground. You go in, you go to all this trouble of designing Titano Man and giving him super strength and invulnerability. And then he goes out on the street, and his first assignment is, hey, would you go down the street and check and see about this gang? And he goes out in the street, and he passes he tries to intercede, catching, and the gangbangers kill him, or rather hospitalize him, beat him into unconsciousness so he wakes up in the intensive care ward. And I'm like, you people really don't grasp the idea of superheroes. It was only near the end that I finally came up with a superhero character that felt natural for the setting, the way they had made it. I made my own version of Kick-Ass. Oh, he had everything. He had the batons. He had the green suit and the mask and everything, and the sneakers, and he got the crap beaten out of him just like in the movie. You know. Wow, now it's really lifelike. Just really, just. I mean, really, come on, you know? This is, well, anyway, I'm getting way off the topic. Is that just they the story was just they're just the way they do games frequently breaks the you beat the villain and 5 minutes later he's rezzed in the same spot. You've got to pace back and forth in a circle in one area. The response to aggro is so automated, it's ridiculous. You can be what really aggravated me is character is supposed to be a sneak attack, like a ninja, and you're like 100 yards away, and you throw like your ninja boomerang and nail some guy in the back of the head, and his whole gang instantly turns around like they've got built-in radar, straight at you. Champions Online, same problem. You have, they're much better about the combat thing because your characters actually feel like they have power. You give your character super strength, and the knockback. There's one move where he punches. It's called the room sweeper. If there's anybody standing in front of him when he throws a room sweeper, they all go flying. They would go up in the air, out of sight. And then way over in the distance, they'll come raining down out of the sky. It's hysterical to watch. But the instant they hit the ground, they hop back up to their feet and run straight at the guy who just knocked them a country mile through the air. That is not a realistic response. Not by the wildest imagination is that a realistic response. I'm thinking if somebody punched me so hard that I literally flew across the and landed, from 100 feet, boom. And my friends come raining down out of the sky around me. Boom, 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 boom. I think I would lay reflect choices when I'm going to get up in a second, I'm thinking I'm going to go in the other direction as fast as I can. It boils down to you got a serious these games is moron. Story money, they'll walk right into it, and they'll not think it over. Not even for a minute. I'm trying to find the cover to my other books here. It's Studio 5, Witch Hunter. Nope, nothing. My fan art. But this new game does have that problem. The changes you make to the world don't last. The characters that you interact with, the NPC characters, whether they're helpful or harmful, they're on rails and they're obvious. So, you know, the story is very immersive. The repetitiveness of it. I don't know what kind of changes would be necessary to change that. I have no idea what kind of programming, but I would first of all, I would just suggest just some simple things. I found out one thing about. I told you about some of the features in the game WildStar. You can choose, among other things. You know, you can pick their faction, you can pick their race, you can pick their class. There's like 6 different classes: warrior, warrior, medic, stalker, psychic, spellslinger. Like 5, and you can pick their paths. Soldier. The paths are basically based on play styles, and this is very innovative. Is that they paid it? You know, you have that Earl killing PCs as they can. For those, you pick soldier path, and you missions that are just for soldiers. That basically involve beating the crap out of something. There's who are lore junkies. They will go to incredible lengths to get all the lore and the history in the game, the whole story, and every little scrap of it they can find. That's the scientist path. Then there's the people that just like to find all the secret little hidden corners of the map. They're the abandoned rooms and stuff on, in half-finished maps, that kind of thing. and they find all these little secret locations that are almost impossible to reach. And that is your scout path. And finally, there are the people who's, they're all about building things. They're the ones who were gaga over the garrisons in World of Warcraft. And they're the people that would spend all their time just building stuff in the game. Building up their mansion, building up their fort, building up this, And there are missions for those, and it's called the Settler. The thing of it is I've got one character as a settler, and I found out something that's very disappointing about the settler. Is that you can, you have all these missions, where you build, where you from lighting a campfire to build a fortress. And thus far, I've found out that I've only got, like building a tavern or building a small bivouac, that kind of thing. Nothing really big yet. But once you've built it, it's on a timer. And thus far, the timer has only been about like 9-10 minutes. I mean, you go to all the trouble of gathering the resources and building this little log cabin or whatever, and it's only there 20-30 minutes in the game at most. Thus far I've only found one that lasted about 10 minutes, and that's very disappointing. Of course, the reason is that first of all, you've got a lot of people who play as settlers, and there's only a limited number of places where they can build stuff. You have to build on specific markers, and so they have to make the building vanish so they can come along and do the mission. And also, these things that the settler builds provide bonuses and boosts to the other players. So if they last, blah blah blah, balance of the game, that kind of thing. But it's still not satisfying. To go to that trouble, you can spend more resources to make it last a little longer. But okay, repairing stuff every now and then, that I can see. But having to run around and throw hard-won resources just to keep it from vanishing in a puff of, that's not very fun. I'm hoping that there are other buildings, later on. There are some settings where you build something and it stays and it lasts. But, this is still very early in the game, so I haven't seen anything like that yet. And, it's like any other game. It's going to have flaws, and they're working on it. They're changing. They're switching to free to play. There are certain things that you'll be able to buy that will be bonuses and so forth. But the game as a whole. The whole game will be accessible, even the free-to-play. There will be certain things that you will be able to get, like extra character slots, that sort of thing. You're not going to see, still overall the game is definitely superior to World of Warcraft as far as I'm concerned. I may get tired of it. You know, I'll probably get tired of it quite swiftly. I'm like that. It's me, you know. Let's see here. I'm just digging. I'm trying to find another image here to use. The problem is, where the heck did all my covers go? Desktops? No, this'll do. Is there any way to mirror this? It's undo. darn it. I have no idea where the covers of my other books are. Let's see here. I have to download them from Kablam. This one will do. Copy image. Save image as. There we go. Merge layers. There's just some effects that I'm not very good at doing in Manga Studio 5. I'm going to go ahead and pop open Paint Shop Pro. Just switching over here. For a while I considered recording reviews My Little Pony episodes and made myself that avatar, that little dragon. That was going to be my, the way other artists, reviewers did, but never went ahead and did it. It just, for one, it would have taken hours and hours and hours of editing just to splice in images from the show and of this character and everything else, and it would have been very, very tiring. And plus, the market is pretty well saturated with My Little Pony critics. It's an extraordinary phenomenon. I mean, the entire movie industry only had like Siskel and Ebert and but My Little Pony has dozens of YouTube critics doing their own little edited blurbs on the show. So what are you gonna make of that? What can you think? I'm very pleased with that poster of the raccoon. Don't laugh at me, don't look away. I don't think the point, though, is that most people looked at it and thought he just stopped and thrown a fit. It's supposed to be that he'd just been beaten up. But one of the cruelest things about being a victim of bullies as a kid is the fact that other kids and other people they either ignore you or they laugh at you. They laugh at pain. And I think that destroys kids more than anything else about bullying. Excuse me. Big case of the yawns. Alright. Paint Shop Pro. Here we go. Whoops. Gotta pay attention to what you're doing. I recently shrunk the page out of sight. Let's see. Let's see here. Let's see, brightness contrast. Darken. Whoops. My tension's drifting. into my grogginess very much. Still tend to get tuckered out about this time of night. Maybe I'm just an old fart. It's 8:30, it's time for bed! Oh! Lights out! Again. I am seriously dozing off again. That's aggravating. I did it again, doggone. You know, I happened to stumble across the soundtrack to The Last Unicorn on YouTube. Got me all weepy. Just to boost my mood, I went and wrote a sort of a vignette on. You probably, if you read my blog on film fiction, you'll know what I did. I basically took another. I wrote for it basically, and crossed it over with My Little Pony. I'm gonna have to do that for Unicorn: The Last Unicorn too. Have you ever seen Unicorn: The Last? It's adorable little Japanese anime. A little unicorn whose gift is wherever he goes, he simply makes people happy. But the gods, in this setting, apparently Greek, the Greek, are displeased because they say that humanity should only get happiness from them, and they condemn him off to the hills of oblivion. West Wind takes pity on him and she whisks him away. And there's like 2 or 3 movies apparently where he lands in a new land and his memory is gone. And he makes new friends and starts over. And then the West Wind has to come back again and do it all over again. And it's really sad, because that's how it ended. With him being, whisked away from his friends forever again, and they never saw him again. And just a sad, bitter ending, bittersweet ending, and just bummed me out as a kid. I adored the movie, but the ending, I was like, oh man, that sucks. I'm gonna have to write a crossover. This is as close as I get to actual therapy, Writing happier endings for sad. If you want to take a peek at my latest blog entry, that page, tell me what you think of how I handled it. I wasn't about to go and write a whole story just to get to that point, so I just quick little summary. This is, basically, this is how I'd do it. Come on, computer, giddy up. Oops. Whoops. Minor mistake there. We'll look at P29. Yep. Okay. Just some things are faster with the tools you're familiar with. Well, my sister apparently got. I let slip on Facebook about the troubles I was having getting my sink repaired, and she basically said, "Come on, just tell us, make a list of the repairs. We're family. Let us help out. She said, me and Dave and the girls will come down and we'll help you out." And I'll be blunt, position to be proud at this point. As far as repairs, I just told her, you're gonna come in here. Look, I gotta warn you, my house looks like I'm losing a game of Jumanji. I'm serious. My place looks like the sort of well, slovenly, broken down, and it's reached a point where with my condition, it's an ordeal just to take out the trash. I'm not joking either. It literally is. I have to drag. I'm not supposed to lift anything right now. I'm going in to be I'm supposed to be going in to see if I need a hernia operation, and As it is, I can barely lift anything, and with my leg, and I gotta drag them down a short flight of stairs, and well, just hauling 1 or 2 bags out is exhausting. Ordeal. I mean, I am in pain, literally, by the time I've gotten down to the curb, and I've let the trash pile up because I just and story with the whole house. And I said, I'm going to have to put up with the shame of. I'm just going to have to swallow my because I mean I tried to sink the other day, about 2 days ago, 3 days ago. I mean, it is. I had to pull the pipes off. I pulled the pipes off ages ago, underneath the sink, so that I could run a plumber's snake down the pipes and try and clear out whatever it was that was blocking them. And I finally, the other day, I got down on my hands and knees. Took me 5-10 minutes to get down on my hands and knees and lay on my back in the sink and pulled those pipes off, the rest of the pipes off, and ran that plumber's snake down there. It's like a 20-foot plumber's snake, and it didn't hit anything. So apparently whatever was to, I don't know. And I go to, I couldn't get an angle to tighten up the plumber. I couldn't tighten up the U-bend under the sink, and so I tried to get back up on my feet, and I couldn't. A great big 400 man lying on his filthy kitchen floor, flopping around like a beached walrus. It took. I just gave up and lay there for about a half hour. It took me at least 20-30 minutes to get to pull stuff, my walker and everything, my walker and my cane over. Yes, I have a walker. I haven't used it yet. I'm not that bad off. But my dad came over and said, "Here, you're having trouble walking down to the mailbox. Here you go." And I got stuff in there. I managed to drag myself back up onto my feet, and I reached a conclusion that I think I'll wait until I've got a few dollars, and I'll pay the handyman in the neighborhood to come in here and do the rest of all this, because I don't want to die like that. I don't want to end up on the floor and like die of heat, hydration, or starving to death. Help! Trying to get somebody to come in there and lift my heavy ass up off the floor again. I didn't realize just how oh, I'm drawing tonight here. Let's see here far. Looking for the switchy thingy over. switchy over thingy. Transparent. Basically, I may have to get one of those med alert things. Excuse me. I'm going to be seeing my doctor on the 22nd. I'm going to talk to him then about getting my medical files so I can apply for disability. I want to draw a comic strip, a new. I want to get into the. I want to start drawing new black and white newspaper strips again for Nip and Tuck and for whichever one of the others I can get some inspiration for. But I am stumped because the only thing I can think of right now for jokes is stuff I'm sick of hearing about. I don't want to hear the name Bruce Jenner at least another 2 or 3 years. I don't want to hear Caitlyn Jenner either. And everything I've come up with is the most ridiculous things I can come up with. There's somebody out there that's actively in the mainstream, actively doing something crazier. There are people out there right now that are claiming that they have post-traumatic stress disorder because people disagreed with their feminist views on the internet. We've got a mainstream that is so whipped by the social justice warriors and by political correctness that they are hailing a man. They are hailing a man who paid a doctor to mutilate him as a hero, and they are calling a man who served his country in Iraq on 4 tours of duty and killed over 100 terrorists. They are calling him a coward. There's nothing left to make fun of. And I am sort of short on folksy, non-controversial political humor at the moment. Quite frankly, I do not want to make Nip and Tuck Comeback or Under the Lemon Tree or Goblin Hollow or Tally Ho or any of the others. I don't want to have a comeback where it's just worn out, just political humor, dated. It's already dated, You say Bruce Jenner in a comic strip, they will know exactly what day of the month of what year you wrote it. And, I'm already tired of the topic. I'm short on, I mean, this is why Jim Davis, this is why Garfield sucks so hard. Because they almost never have anything new. They deliberately, Garfield, Jim Davis, and his crew deliberately shoot for the most banal, quote-unquote, humor they can come up with. As non-political as they can get. And it shows. I'm trying to think of something that is fresh, humorous, and is not about the news. Because quite frankly, the stuff that's in the news is just not making me laugh. The people who are running our country right now see the end coming. They see the cliff coming, and they are stomping on the accelerator. Because if they can't have it, nobody's gonna. Yeah, seriously, that's their agenda. That's what I am utterly convinced that they're doing the way things are. They know they've destroyed this country, and they are going to redline it as hard as they can. Après moi, le déluge. I would sincerely like to do something where I just completely forget about everything out there. Nip and Tuck is not in any specific. No. I'm drawing right now as a blank. I don't know. I don't know what size I should make the font. I don't want it to be too small. If I make it too small, basically, there it goes, you know. It'd be easier to make it smaller than to make it larger than to make it smaller if it doesn't work. If they come up with a word bubble tool that will trace, that will adjust its shape to what they need is a word bubble tool that will adjust its shape to the smallest size possible for the number of words. But that's way beyond my programming skill level, or any. I don't have any programming skill level. Let's leave it at that. I remember reading. I remember one episode of Star Trek: The Next Generation. I think it was one where Captain Picard had gotten captured by the Cardassians, and his crew was going sort of behind the backs of the higher ups to find out where he was. No, I'm not. Well, I'm not sure it was that one, but anyway, they were they were doing something covert. They couldn't let anybody know what they're up to. So the story ended up with them going to an old shipyard of decommissioned Federation vessels, and they connived. They got Deanna Troy. They found out who the guy, that there was one guy who was in charge of the whole shipyard, and they had Deanna Troy there, all gussied up to try and use her feminine wiles on him to talk him into letting them look for the ship that they were trying to find. And he walked onto the deck of the ship, and he looked at him, and looked at her, and he said, "You figure that he just boom, he nailed it right on the spot." He said, "You figured you're trying to do something covert against the rules, and you figured that I am a lonely, uh, middle-aged bachelor stuck out in the middle of space without any feminine company whatsoever, and that you would use her feminine charms to talk me into helping you. You're very smart." Ugh, bugs. Got a bumblebee here. I've sprayed it 3 times with still right in my face there. Hold still, you evil little. Okay. Alright. I'm going to switch this back over. I'll be right back in just a minute. Okay. I'll be right. Alright, I'm back. Fudgesicle. These are good fudgesicles. There's a company that sell them at Walmart. You get a bag of popsicles, a whole bag, big bag of popsicles, $2. And they're really exotic flavors like cherry, lime, and strawberry, pineapple. Very tasty. And they also make fudgesicles. It's like less than $3 for a similar sized bag of fudgesicles. And you wouldn't think the fudgesicles were low calorie. They're fairly low calorie and low carb. No, you know they're not zero carb or anything, but handy when you're craving some quality fudgesicles. They're nice and creamy. Thumbs up to them. If I understand correctly, a couple of moms who started the company. Yay. 3 cheers for Mom. And Mom's fudgesicles. Hmm. I don't know. Nothing really is funny anymore. I don't know. Well, Amiga Dragon, the reason, a signature, an autograph photo would have value precisely because a fan would not willingly part with it. There you have it. The fact that just the rarity of it, the scarcity of it. Just chugging along on a little V8. This is how I keep my diet balanced. Don't get it up, so I started taking V8. You know, not enough veggies. So I get V8. I'm supposed to have a bottle of. Got some vitamins here somewhere. I'm supposed to take my vitamin today. See if I can find my vitamins. Vitamins. Here we go. But I'm looking for the chewable ones that I got a while back. There we go. V8. So I can knock it into soup. That's what I like about it. It still tastes good even warm. Warm or cold. I'm sitting here stewing over ideas for a comic strip, and there's just nothing out there that strikes me as particularly right now as a joke. Smell the smears. It's might as well put up that page now that it's done. Let's see here. I'm waiting for the backdraft because I referred to him as a religious nut. Yeah. Okay, you want to know why I can't think of anything funny anymore? Here, let me show you here. It's right here. Let me zoom in a little. Now, do you get what I'm saying? The whole gender, sex, identity crapola has just dominated. Just thanks to Bruce Jenner, nobody can shut up about it anymore now. How am I supposed to make humor in a world where, okay, I'm not joking here. Some guy posted this picture on Tumblr as a joke, poking fun at the the whole, all the disparate special snowflake gender identity crap, and somebody complained. They posted right under the, this is insulting and degrading, and it doesn't respect the gender identities of people who aren't cis normal, and so, and literally everybody in the comments was just flabbergasted. I mean, Think about it. Tumblr. The people in Tumblr were floored by this social justice warriors ranting. And finally somebody quoted in the bio, it's official. We just got in an argument with somebody on Tumblr about whether mayonnaise was a gender. How do you write comedy in a world that bat poo crazy? All the jokes are used up. There's, it's... I have been sitting here desperately trying to think of a joke. Just a gag image or something. Something that would not have anything to do with all the socio-political BS that's flying around like poo in a electric fan factory, Any kind of joke I write is going to generate something. It's going to turn into this. Seriously, if I draw, you remember the cute bikini girls I used to draw in Nip and Tuck. If I drew one of those today, I might as well just walk into a pit full of hyenas with a pork chop tied to my crotch, because the social justice warriors are on the rampage. If I post a political, if I post, even a generic political joke, it's going to go crazy. If I make fun of anything, if I make a joke about anything other than the most banal, unfunny stuff in the world, you can't write a joke, in a world that's gone insane. You can't. It's like trying to do comedy in a house full of clowns, You're not even gonna scratch the surface. You're not even gonna make a dent. You're not even gonna be in the roaring insanity going on around you. And I'm sitting here just trying to think of something that's just a good, cheap, clean laugh, and I'm at a loss. I feel like a little bit of me died. Never get away with blazing. That's the irony of it, is that Mel Brooks was poking fun at the racism of that was prevalent. He was poking fun at racism with Blazing Saddles. Larry Finn, because it had the word nigger in it quite frequently. But but people didn't understand. People being stupid, ignorant, and barely literate, they didn't understand that Mark Twain, Samuel Clemens, was writing in the dialect of the time. And more importantly, he was poking virulent fun at slavery as an institution. He was lambasting slavery. He was attacking it. And he was pointing out that he was poking fun at the foolishness of society, at treating black people like lesser human beings. And it was a common thread in all of his stories. He had no use for racism. He had, he highly respected black people. And he lamented their situation in society. His novel Pudd'nhead Wilson is probably the most brutal satire of the prejudices of slavery. Because the story of Pudd'nhead Wilson was basically that it was about a mulatto woman. She was a slave, but she was part white because her mother had slept with the master. And so she was paler, and she in turn slept. She was almost she was almost indistinguishable from a white woman by appearance, and her baby, by the master, was almost identical to the slave master's own son. And this slave woman was the baby's mammy, and she took care of it, and she was taking care of her own baby side by side, and she realized how much they looked alike, and she switched them. And it so happened that the son of a slave, the bastard child of a slave, grew up as a white man, while the white man's son grew up as a slave. And it come to pass that the boy murdered his father, or what he thought was his father, because he was afraid that his father was going to change his will. And Pudd'nhead Wilson, that was his nickname, used fingerprints in the trial to prove, he had a copy of the baby handprints from when both young men were infants, and he managed to get a copy. He took the fingerprints, and it was a murder mystery, and Wilson proved that it wasn't the slave that was the murderer. It was the son, and he also proved that the son had actually been swapped with the slave. And the story ended with with both young men, their lives in shambles, because the boy who had been raised as a slave even though he was pure-blooded white, quote unquote, could not tolerate living in a white man's circumstances. He would flee to the kitchen to be with the slaves, because he didn't know how, he was terrified of living of the demands of living as one, and the murderer, the young man who was the murderer, instead of being hung, they decided that he was too valuable and they sold him downriver. And Mark Twain was in that story just basically skewering the hell out of the racist notions people had about how black people were inferior to whites. But all anybody could see, and it was the same with Huckleberry Finn. It was lambasting the hypocrisy of supposedly God-fearing people who bought and sold human beings. And they even had one chapter where Huck Finn was convinced that he was going to burn in hell because he had stolen, he had quote-unquote stolen a slave by helping Jim run away. And once he finally said, "Then I'll burn in hell," and he tried 3 times to write a letter to let the people back home know where Jim had gotten to. And he decided that he would rather burn than betray his friend. And that was a less than subtle commentary on slavery right then and there. And but everybody was too busy being offended at the use of the word story. And so entire generations have had to deal with the fact that people treat Huckleberry Finn like it's a dirty book. And one of America's great writers and social commentators has been all but ignored by entire generations. What a tragedy. And now we live in a society where it's 10,000 times worse. We are tyrannized by a teeny tiny, loud, shrieking little minority that takes offense at everything. There's a minority that has dominated our politics, our culture, has dominated the town square, and they when they are not being offended at something, they are looking for ways to be offensive themselves. And so here we are. Where nothing's funny anymore because everything stopped being, a joke. The most ridiculous things have become status quo. As far as comedy goes, about all that's left is slapstick. And even then, there's some social justice warrior lurking around in the back rows of the circus, being triggered by what the clowns are up to in the center ring. Red Eye, Adrian Halls, what are you talking about, Red Eye? making fun of bronies. It's making fun of Fox. I don't know what you're talking about. Really, though. It's sad when bronies are the only people with any kind of sense of humor. You take it. Okay. You had the Trekkies come out. The Trekkies came out, and you said, we're a group now, and everybody made fun of them, and they got all upset and butthurt. And then the fantasy fans came out. Lord of the Rings fans came out, and people made fun of them, and they got all butthurt. And then the furries came out, and they started making fun, and they got all butthurt, and they were epic at it. And then along come the bronies. The bronies get together and they go, dude, you know which way this is gonna go. And the bronies all sat around and he said, yeah, we know who we are. We're adult males. We're adult men, mostly, who like a show that is marketed for little girls. We can deal with it. Why can't you? And they just let it roll off their backs. And I have never seen any other fandom do that. It's the quote unquote in our society, the bronies, the quote unquote dwelling gamers, the people like that. People like that who have already, well, basically, we've reached. They're people who have basically reached a point where they've decided, but we got nothing to lose. They can't mock us any lower than we already are. And the social justice went, pop culture went after the bronies and after the gamers. And threw a fit and threw a fuss and water off a duck's back. They made a real big mistake harassing gamers, because gamers, how do they phrase it? They said, read this in the voice of Morgan Freeman. He said, let me get this straight. You're going to go after a group of men who will spend literally days on end without sleep pursuing the most trivial of achievements in an online game, and who continually subject one another to harassment, profanity, and insults that would curdle gasoline. And your plan is to outlast and out-harass these people. Good luck. The feminist peed on they pissed on the electric fence with this one. This is a tragedy. Feminism has made women more helpless, useless, and weak and dependent than the most wilting lily of the of yesteryear. The perpetual damsels in distress that supposedly roamed the land back in the 19th century and back in the 1950s, and I need a man to save me. But what do feminists do? They find something that offends them. They scream, they yell, they throw a fit, They raise a ruckus. They throw a tantrum. And if the tantrum doesn't get them what they want, they run off crying to find a big, strong man to come save them from the terrible, terrible rapists who raped them with their words. They go and sobbing and run off to look at night. Anita Sarkeesian is an example. The creator of the quote video game Depression Quest did it. I mean, she couldn't make it on her own. She couldn't make a real game. So she slapped together this piece of crap, and then she went and she gave blowjobs to people until she got it promoted. Zoe Quinn, that was her name. I couldn't say it. I couldn't save my life. Zoe Quinn. She went and gave blowjobs to the editors of Kotaku Online, or whatever the name is, and she basically whoever she had been cuddly with. And when people pointed out that the game was terrible, and pointed out that the people writing the reviews and editing the magazine, those reviews popped up, had compromised themselves ethically because of Zoe Quinn. Zoe Quinn ran off and found a group of white knights to save her. Those mean gamers made fun of me. And the next thing you know, these magazines are often a white knight charge, attacking their customer base on the word of this bimbo. Feminists are useless, and what conspire to keep women useless. They're out there. There are people out there telling women, take a self-defense course. Take a self-defense course. Carry mace. Carry a gun. Get a concealed carry permit. Be able to protect. And the feminists hate that. What is their response? Well, they shouldn't be making women learn karate. They should be telling men not to rape. Seriously. There were these guys, you know, the whole hysteria about the people, quote unquote, rape drugs into women's drinks. There are these guys, they invented a nail polish that changes color when it's exposed to these chemicals. And all you had to, you know, if the ladies would paint their nails, and all they have to do, if they suspected their drink, they just dip the tip of their finger in there. And if their nail changed color, they knew that their drink had been tampered with. And they were called misogynist for it. Because in the crazy space monkey logic of feminism, enabling them to protect themselves was misogynist. What the heck? Society has gone so insane you can't make about it. Because the next day the punchline will be a headline. You can't tell the difference between parody and reality anymore. They try to warn women, don't walk through a dark zone. Carry your keys in your hand. Check the back seat of your car before you get in, etc., etc. And feminists oppose that. I saw a perfect parody of that. A kid holding a sign that says, "Don't tell me to look both ways before crossing the street. Tell the drivers to look where they're driving." Teach men not to rape. Men in women have known forever. The ongoing assumption with that statement, teach men not to rape, is that every little boy born is born a rapist. That is the most misandric, that is the most demeaning, most vile assumption. Anyone that if any I'll come to the conclusion of allowed to raise a child. Any more than a pedophile should be allowed to. I wouldn't give a dog to somebody who beats dogs and hates dogs. Why do we tolerate young boys being raised by women who hate men? It's just if a woman comes out screaming all these misandric things at people, that should be regarded as evidence that this woman is misandric and should not be entrusted with the upbringing of a male child. And probably not with a female child either, come to think of it, because the last thing the world is another man-bashing she-hag. They definitely shouldn't be allowed to raise little boys. If they saw a man talking about women and girls in the terms that feminists use to describe men and boys, child protection would be out on their front porch within the hour. No questions, no delays, no doubt. We live in our society hates. It does. Our society hates its own children. We have made it legal to murder them at any time in the first 9 months of their lives. We turn them over. We let man-hating women raise little boys. When they turn 5 and they're no longer as cute as they used to be, we hand them over to a government institution which has proven itself to be an abysmal failure. For 13 years. In fact, we've made it against the law to not turn our children over to these horrible people. And this horrible system that fails at educating them does worse than fail at civilizing them. And then just basically their ability to take care of themselves, and then street. They feed kids into one end, and what comes out the other end is not surprising in what it resembles. If they were producing plastic Cupid dolls with this low a level of product quality, they would be shut down by the government to reopen. But because the of citizens do the most horrible job at it, they're just terrible at it. We hate our kids, children. We hate the next generation because and that is demonstrated in what we subject them to. Then you look at what we do to them with college. We spend the first 18 years of their lives to them. So you got a college education if you're going to have a good future. You need that college education. Diploma. Got to get that diploma. Diploma is God. Jesus. Diploma is mother. Diploma is father. Got to get yourself that college education. No, you don't want to end up flipping burgers now, do you? And so they march off in the thousands. And to the boondoggle that is higher, thanks to the gravy train running higher education. They get in there, and they get a crap. Even the ones that go in and try and get a decent education in a decent field, they get substandard education. They pay. They would be better off taking the money that they spend on tuition, going out and starting. They could go out, start the, or live off of it for the next 20 years. Go and get an apprenticeship, or go. We derp, derp, college. And look at what we got. Occupy Wall Street. Fabulous work, higher education. And the funny thing is, everybody goes to college hell. Burger flipping. One guy, this guy was writing. He was a counselor. He's a therapist. And he was talking to a young man, 20-something. And the kid finally looked at him, 18, 19, 20. He says, I'm pissed off at your generation. I hate your generation. And the guy, why? 18 years of my life, you've been saying, you better get this college, or do you want to spend the rest of your life flipping burgers? You don't want to spend your life flipping burgers, do you? You're going to end up flipping burgers, and then we get in tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt. We get the diploma, we get in tens of thousands of dollars in debt, and you call us lazy because we don't want to work flipping burgers. And the counselor said all he could say was touche. We basically made up to entire generations of kids. They threw themselves on the education bus. They would get up the other side, be able to step into a decent job, if not a better career. And what do they find on the other side? Those same people that sold them the bill of goods laughing at them, saying, what, you thought you weren't going to end up doing this? Look, people are all mad that Burger King and restaurants want higher pay. They're mad. How dare they ask for this ridiculous raise? How dare they ask for $15 an hour? And then comparisons between a guy who's fixing their breakfast and some guy out in the field. Oh, these soldiers don't make that much. And so basically, you want to persuade me that this is a good idea because you're paying soldiers crap, that you should be allowed to pay everybody else crap too. You know what's going to happen? Everybody's saying, well, they're not getting into the STEM fields. The STEM fields are all that. We needed more people in the STEM fields. And you know what would happen? Everybody's going to go into the STEM fields, and then the next generation is going to come out, and there's going to be too many people in the STEM fields. We've already got people with architecture degrees serving drinks. There are people with doctorates who can't get a job. We were sold a product. We were sold a diploma. We were promised that it would perform. And when it failed to do what they said it would, they laughed in our faces and called us lazy because we wanted a job that didn't involve either flipping a burger or getting shot at. And look, let's talk about the soldiers. Yes, the soldiers are paid a very, very low wage. Considering what they do, But let's also, if you take into account that there's the GI Bill, all the different, they get housing, medical, dental, they get education. They've been spending years selling places in the military as an alternative educational path. Come on. They're not going to get rich as, but they're not exactly starving in the streets. No, I take that back. Our government is, our government's doing a general job of everybody over and getting everybody at each other's throats. Got veterans who have ended up homeless or have gone to the hospital and can't get crap for. You got people who stuck their nose to the grindstone for college. Look, we are not in the day. Back to the college thing. We are not in a time when you could, in the 60s and 50s, you could hold a job and pay your education as you went. Pay your way as you got your education. You more. The cost of a diploma has gone up 500%, and the minimum wage salary has in real dollars dropped. Back in the 60s, a minimum wage job was the equivalent of $10 to $12 an hour. So in real terms, the salaries of those working in the burger flipping industry have gone down. I'm getting tired of hearing, they're so lazy. They're so lazy. I'm sure a lot of them are lazy. But I'm sure a lot of the people that are supposedly hardworking, thrifty entrepreneurs, they're lazy sons of guns too. I got a general policy. Don't insult people who can spit in your food when you're not looking. Those people, I've worked in fast food when I was in. It is nasty. It's grueling. Right? When you're either dealing with the grease and the filth and the muck back in the kitchen, cleaning up all the time. Covered in grease, you're covered in sweat. And then you have to go in the bathroom because the village drunk pissed and puked all over back in there and missed the toilet all 3 times. I worked in one job. I worked in Krispy Kreme donuts, and after a couple of years after a year or so working there, they came in and went corporate, and they came in and they tripled our workload and didn't hire anybody else. They didn't add any extra. Dangerous conditions, at least 2 hours a night, every night that I worked, because I was there all by myself. When the law said that I wasn't supposed to be. They got around that by making me an assistant manager, which meant my pay stayed the same and I just got a rank that meant nothing. It's a miracle of God that I didn't end up dead with my head crushed under the conveyor belt when the latch we used to lift it up to clean it broke, It's a miracle I didn't end up with third other horrible accident. I was all by myself. Get those donuts. And we couldn't keep the place clean. And people started getting infections. I got infected cysts on the insides of my thigh. I got an infected cyst on the inside of my thigh. I got another one under my arm, and and they screwed up our insurance too. They lost my insurance. They filled out all the paperwork, to transfer it over because we were going corporate, and ta-da! It disappeared. The paperwork disappeared. I ended up paying for hundreds of dollars in antibiotics out of my own. And every last one of us was working our butts off. There was one lady there. She was so stressed out. She so afraid of losing her job. She came to work doubled over in pains, and she literally couldn't stand up to work. And finally, I called an ambulance. Get there, and the entire time she was, oh no, I don't want to lose my job. People working in fast food, yeah, you get a lot of lazy teenagers, but you also get a lot of people who are desperately struggling to survive. And they are up to their elbows in muck daily. To feed your sorry, conceited, lazy ass your breakfast and your lunch and your dinner on the run. The reason they're going on strike for $15 an hour is because they're basically working for 20, 30 years ago. Their wages are going down. It's the wrong solution. It's not going to fix just raising the salary, but nobody's taught them the basics of economics. Nobody's taught them how the monetary system works. And they're making sure, and the people that are supposed to be teaching there are making sure they don't know. Anybody ever really sat down and figured out, if the American people sat down and figured out what exactly was happening to them thanks to the Federal Reserve and our fiat currency, we're being robbed. Inflation is not just the money magically melting away. It isn't hearing. Every time it goes through the system. And the government scrape off the top. And then throw it back out into the economy. That's the most simplest summary of how the system works. They're getting the wealth. We're getting the paper. Is what I'm saying. And we're getting more and more wealth, and they're getting more and more wealth. We're getting more and more paper. And if the American people, the working class mobile down to the last burger flipper, ever figured out, ever grasped that they're being robbed by the Federal Reserve and by the U.S. government, there would be corpses lining the streets of Washington, swinging on the lampshade on the street lights. this is nothing new. This is not just a conspiracy. This is actually, the banks have done this over again throughout history. They start, the people start a monetary system, people banking system for the money, and then they think fractional reserve, where they print more receipts than they actually have gold, and then they stop counting the gold on, just start printing paper, and the next thing you know, you're on a fiat currency, and your currency is collapsed, and the guy with all the gold has split. Of course, it's like this. The money goes around. You come in, you pay, say, $1 in taxes, right? The government takes that dollar, prints another dollar next to it, fake money, prints, and they go out and they buy, they take the real dollar from you, and then they take a monopoly money, and they go out and they buy $2 worth of goods. And the real dollar and the monopoly money go back out into the economy, while they take the actual wealth and run with it. If somebody pays you, if you and give somebody money and they give you back half your change in subway tokens, they've robbed you. That is what the government does. Fiat currency does. That is what the government does. That is what the Federal Reserve does, in collaboration with the government. They get, we pay the taxes, we sweat and we earn and we strain and we earn and we get the dollar bills representing all our labor and the products we have made, and we give them to the Federal Reserve. We give them to the government and the Federal Reserve, and they take it and they take dollars and spend 20. They're running on credit. We're getting we're getting robbed. They the whole system. They started the whole system by convincing people that if they were allowed to spend more than they had in actual gold, they being limited by gold. In other words, being limited by how much money they actually had, was stifling the economy. Much in the way a teenager is stifled by having to spend rather than using his credit card for everything. Now, what happens? You take a teenager, give him a credit card, and say, "Sky's the limit." That's what happened to us. We started a Federal Reserve Bank. The Federal Reserve is a private bank, by the way. Took over our economy, and our government has been running amok with a credit. And the economy is booming. Of course, over the past 40, 50 years, he has, relatively speaking, been doing great, at least compared to a good portion of the world. But what happens is that it's the same thing as a teenage boy with a credit card on Friday night. He's living high on the hog too. Then come Monday, the bill comes due, and the party's over. Fiat currency, is we're just going to run up the credit card with funny money and empty on our computers and credit cards, all these other ways to spend money that nobody has, spend wealth that nobody has made yet. And eventually, people are going to stop taking our money. All our money is a promissory note for wealth we haven't made yet. Future. That's how they print money. They write a promissory note. 20 years we'll pay you out of our taxes, and then they print the money and they spend it. And eventually, it's going to become obvious that they're never going to make the wealth that they're promising, and the economy collapses. I've said this again and again and again and again and again, and I'm repeating myself because there are people out there who haven't heard it last time. Fiat currency is a death trap. No fiat currency in history has failed to collapse. The average lifespan of a fiat currency is 6 months. The American dollar became completely fiat currency in the 1960s. It was partially fiat currency up to 100 years ago. It's been 100 years since, look, the Federal Reserve, the Internal Revenue Service, and the income tax all happened at the same time. But they needed more and more, they run it without it. So now, from 1914 to 20, have it. Now it's 2015. We are tens of trillions of dollars in debt. We are running a so high that we could every industry and business in the United States, liquidate them. We could liquidate every mom and pop store in the United States. We could confiscate the bank balance of every millionaire in America. Heck, down to people who had $250,000, family households that had $250,000. We would literally have only enough money to pay for the entitlement programs for 1 year. And spent. Or the government has, and they have been spending, they've been handing us paper, but the paper is just a receipt for a credit card. Money has lasted, we were on par for the last 100 years. We've been on complete fiat currency for the past 50. And now, we are old for an economic collapse. We do not have enough gold in all the United States to cover the amount of that we have printed. We do not have enough paper money to cover all the imaginary digital ones and zeros that are floating out around there. We are boned. People that are doing it know it. They and their ancestors, they've been doing it for hundreds of years, for thousands of years. They've been doing this kind of thing since ancient Greece. They know exactly what happens every time. They do because they are on the end of the plunder. I guarantee you they have got their jets, their private jets, warmed up and ready to go airborne instant they get wind that the American dollar has collapsed. They'll know it before we do. When you see a few hundred bankers going on a family vacation all at the same time to a country we don't have a extradition treaty with, rack up your canned food and shotgun shells. I know, I've harped on this so many times. I've harped on this almost every show. And the only benefit is going to come is that when it finally collapses, while we're all sitting around starving and trying to scrape the last beans out of the bottom of the can, is I'll be sitting here saying, "I told you so." Fat lot of good that'll do anybody, right? Such as beg your pardon. Okay. I have yeah. If we valued our lives in our country, we would march on Washington and arrest the lot of them. March on the federal and carry those bankers out in chains. And then we'd eat the consequences. There's no way to. Again, they have got us. They wrote promissory notes for tens of trillions of dollars that nobody is ever going to make. There's the collapse is inevitable. It's only going to be those who have actual revenue, people who have actual solid commodities, who will come out thriving. People who have property, land, right. Everybody laughs when you say is the future, because we say gold and silver is the future because it's been the past. And look, human civilization has been around for 10,000 years. Thousands of nations, thousands of countries, thousands of civilizations have risen and fallen, have collapsed in this way. Countless ones have collapsed in this way in an economic disaster. They tried to resort magic funny money, and every single time, people reverted back to buying and spending precious metals, silver, gold. And, you have these smart arses say, "Oh, well, gold, you can't eat gold." Well, you can darn well spend it. We have gone through, gone through wars, collapses of empire. Every time they come back, gold, That hasn't changed, and it's not going to change any time in the future. I wouldn't resort to just stocking up gold and silver or other precious metals. I would stock up on things that retain their value, whether or not the American dollar can buy a loaf of bread or is only useful for toilet paper. Again, we've fallen for this. Human beings have fallen for the same trap over and over and over and over and over. With a system based on commodities, a commodity currency, gold, silver, what have you, and greedy, deceitful people have convinced the people that if you took off points, if you gave them a credit card and a booklet full of IOU slips, that they could make everybody rich by spending tomorrow's money today. It never worked, and it never will. The end result is always the same, and it is inevitable. Even if we try to go back on standard right now, we just don't have enough gold to back up. Thing that rises from the ash all the time. Whoever prepared. It is 11 o'clock. I've about beaten this into the ground tonight. I will see you all Monday, 6 p.m. Pick up where I left off. Try and get a new page done. Try and get comics started. Try and find something that's funny. That's my goal right now, to make a comic strip that takes people's minds off the situation out there right now. And we're kind of hurting for examples. Anyway, I'll see you all. You all take care of yourselves.